to that.
Well, third, fifth times, whatever it takes, right?
It's didn't like me. Welcome to Coffee Bunny. Brought to you by Glory.
Oops.
And me.
Woot.
Coffee Bunny Cafe.
I would be sleeping if we didn't do this right now.
Fair. There are things that happen. We don't know what they're going to be, though. It could be this list of things.
I'm going to make coffee. I know that. For the sake of mankind, I'm going to make coffee.
I've already had my 1 cup of coffee. Welcome to our Chaos. Special thanks, Project Jedi, for the use of the song Pink.
I think when I make coffee, I'm going to put part of a chocolate bar in it. Because that is definitely the mood I'm in. Ooh. Let me see. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. Divine. Ooh. Smooth milk chocolate. That's what I'm going to throw in there. Or.
Ooh la la.
Love letters.
So I was talking to my mom, and she gave me a tour of all of the chocolate in her work desk in the home office.
Is she like telling you how like you totally need to copy her?
Well, growing up, she had a chocolate cupboard in the kitchen.
Right.
It spilled out of the kitchen, up the stairs, and into the desk. Like, she had a box this big of See's candy.
In fairness, though, she did have like a bajillion children at one point.
4.
That's a lot.
That's like a bajillion.
Like, do you know, number one, the noise, but also, do you know how much chocolate 4 children can consume? Let alone, as they age up, middle schoolers. We would
find her chocolate.
Laura's like, I was a special, wonderful child.
I'm the one who instigated the noise. Because when I left for college, my mom called me like, what have you been doing to your siblings? It's so quiet now.
They're so quiet. See, there's also these chocolate bars.
Ooh.
This is the chocolate I have.
There's this, but
until my package arrives.
Because it has actual hazelnuts. I'm not going to put that with coffee.
Unanimous recorded decision to subpoena Trump on live TV. Cool. And the Supreme Court rejected his emergency action on Mar-a-Lago.
I like loudly whispered secrets.
Oh yeah, we could hear that.
That's okay.
I like the actual.
Your mic is very. Yeah. Your mic that's over here caught over there. Well, for you, it's over here.
Oh, I forgot about this.
He's very excited about all the things going on.
Glory, I don't like you. You have a bunch of things that would cause me pain.
I'll eat all the things that hurt you. Would that help? I'll eat them for you.
I want to.
I mean, like, there's like that's only 2 out of the however many things.
That's painful.
So much. I know there's more chocolate. There's a whole.
I finally got my phone case, guys. I've showed this on everything that I've seen so that everybody could see it. Because I just love this.
Tom brought this home.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Wafers.
So, I was today years old when I found out that I am older than fanfiction.net.
Congratulations.
I thought it was older than me.
Not that I've been on fanfiction.net in the last week.
But apparently fanfiction's birthday is like in 2 days.
Hi, Carrie.
I read most of my stuff on AO3 now. But some of these fandoms are older, so you got to go back to the fanfiction.net stuff.
Apparently, according to TikTok, and I did not go out and search for this. They have come to me on my For You page, and I'm okay with this. So it's fanfiction news and Rex coming my way, and I'm like, yes, give it to me now. Apparently, something is happening to fanfiction.net. It might be something might be taking it down. I'm not I saw a couple of TikToks about it. I'm like, am I gonna have to go research this now?
Like print everything and hardbind it.
I'm gonna have to go download all my stuff because I don't have some of those files anymore because a lot of that fanfic was on my first computer before it died. And
yeah, I'm on
most
like
of that
my
never got,
fourth
or
laptop.
like on a thumb drive that I wrote. I would take the thumb drive to school.
My thumb drives are so old, my computer won't recognize them when I put them in. I know.
But I've lost my original thumb drive that I was originally writing fanfiction on. I don't know what happened. Someone somewhere has found this and been like, what the is this?
Maybe I should read the old fanfictions I wrote in college.
I will one day continue my fanfiction series where I just trash myself on my channel. Reading my fanfiction aloud.
I did a one-shot for Naruto. I started one for D. Gray Man. And my sister and I were writing one together for the animated Lorax movie.
This headline came across my news feed yesterday. New interview with the vampire show encourages fanfic. Anne Rice's spirit likely furious.
Anne Rice is part of the reason that AO3 exists.
And I mean, like, part of that, you know, like, her son was closely involved with developing the TV show Interview with the Vampire. So maybe he had some difference of opinions.
My poor Harry Potter fanfic. Still waiting for me to update it.
Hello, Maggie. Maggie's pretending to sleep. Good for you, I guess. Hi,
I went to lay down. I was like, what is this under my neck? It was Roy's paw. I was like, oh, it can stay there.
Eva is also lurking in order to watch the hearings. Occasionally, Eva, you just missed. There are theatrical whispers that come in on Megan's mic to explain whatever is currently happening in the hearing.
Apparently, I need to make TikTok content on fanfiction. I'm being confused about finding out that I'm older than fanfiction.net because I posted this less than an hour ago and it already has 138 views and 7 likes, and that never happens.
I wasn't reading fanfic before I got on here. No.
Never.
Never.
Not in this house.
In a million billion years.
Mm-mm. Nope.
I'm an upstanding citizen.
I feel like you and I need shirts that say, like, we're fanfiction addicts or fanfiction addicts anonymous.
Maggie is trying to stay awake until the eldest gets out of the dental office.
There was this one fanfic that was Harry Potter that I was reading. And it's 5th year, so Umbridge is the teacher. And it starts off pretty canon. Like, the characters are acting the way they act normally in canon. And then, like, stuff starts going sideways, and then the characters are like doing all this other cool, interesting dynamics, and then stupid obliviations, and it's all back to normal again. You're like, I hate this so much. Bring it back. No.
I want to fight that writer.
It was so painful. It's like, I can't stand canon anymore now.
It's so that's because everybody's like, she a turf. And they're like, we boycott her, but the fanfic is okay because we fixed all of it. The fanfic has taken on a life of its own.
Oh yeah.
To the point where it is absolutely technically has no association because there are several people who are like they're fans of Harry Potter, but not because they have willingly or have ever actually read the books or of their own volition watched the movies. It's because they stumbled across the fan fiction and were like, I will stay here. I like this here. I will stay. And then they never read the canon content. And it's like, yes!
I do enjoy canon when I'm reading the books. Like, it's my happy place when I'm feeling really down. But some of the fan fiction point out egregious flaws, and you're like, what? What? Oh my
Or
gosh.
fix a bunch of the giant plot holes. They're like, how did I not notice that when I read it? Damn.
And then you have crossovers, which are just fun.
Crossovers are life.
Especially when it's like Full Metal Alchemist meets Harry Potter, because it's like Philosopher's Stone? What? Huh? it has to cross over. Like, Nicholas Flamel was obviously Hohenheim. Like, obviously. Oh my gosh.
You're Tom.
Hi, Tom. Oh. I mean, yay.
I had to sneeze. And I was like, buttons.
Buttons!
Kat, were you around the fan fiction days when Rise of the Brave Tangled Dragons was all over the place?
So I never got into it because I wasn't reading those ones. Like, I wasn't reading from any of those fandoms.
Mm-hmm.
I discovered it when it was going out of phase, and I was like, damn it. The artwork! They did such a good job. I discovered it on Pinterest.
Ah.
That's how I found it. Because
And
some
then
of the
Frozen
fan
came
work,
out, and everybody was like, Jelsa. I was like, dang it. No. Go back.
didn't they also take the Rise of the Brave Tangled Dragon and add in Frozen there as well? At some point.
Probably. I didn't read any of those ones.
It's just fan fiction's a wild place. Hello, CB.
Oh yeah, I was also writing a Rise of the Guardians fanfic. Fun times.
Yes.
There was torture in it. Great times. As you do.
What a selling point.
It was.
I mean, yeah, for fandoms. It is.
Have you not heard of Wump?
Roy has, apparently.
Like, okay, so on fanfiction.net there are communities, so they'll have like collections of fan fictions all together, and the names of the communities are like, this character gets tortured. It's like, yes, I am in that community. I will read them all. Yes. I have problems.
Or this ship is dead, only this one. This XYZ character is dead. It's like, because like, or this person deserved better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
That one right there.
I was reading an FMA fanfic, and it's like, this character is not dead because I say so. It's like, I'm the author and I say he's dead. It's like, I agree. He's great. The tags on that story were hilarious. I think it's from this story. It's called Sniper Solve 99% of All Problems.
Oh no.
They can.
It's a Harry Potter Fullmetal Alchemist crossover, so they're gonna take out Voldemort, and so they're like, "Should we just bring the sniper over?"
Done.
It's amazing. Fun times. So one of my sisters used to read fan fiction all the time, and we would share our favorite fics back and forth. She has kids now, and so she doesn't have time to read much. And so she was sewing her 3-year-old's Halloween costume the other night, and so we were on the phone, and I just recanted the fanfics to her, so she didn't have to read them. And she's sewing a little Omni-Man. Like, I can't remember the character's name. I think they're in Super Smash or something. I don't know.
Hello, Tom.
No.
Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Howdy, y'all.
How goes it?
Yeah, it goes. It's slower today than it was Tuesday.
Because people out there were living their lives.
Yes.
Package, please.
There's just so many good fanfics out there. Like, one of my favorite Star Wars stories is a fanfic. It's like, it's just so good. Like, Emperor Palpatine is so much more evil in that one. It's like, canon, it's a little tame. Like, sure, some lightning, but like, the mental gymnastics of torment that he put Luke through in this one is like, holy smokes! Render faster! Oh, you did. Good. Thank you. They want to redo the look of something for this TV show, so everything I did for episode 8 is being resimmed. So, like,
Oh no.
So you have to redo it.
How would you say Megan with a French accent?
Okay. Hold on, we can figure this out. Miguel? There we go.
Well, that's probably, yeah.
I used to work for a French woman babysitting her daughters during her divorce. And then she would make me sit down at her dinner table to write me my check every time, where she would then, and how are you doing, Gloria? What is the life of a 16-year-old? Oh, and romance? No romance. You need the romance. And I'm like, there is nothing available here, as you yourself have learned. It's true. It's true. One day, Chloe. One day. You must welcome romance when it comes, though. I'm like, I'm going to be picky. I was not picky enough. So, yes. And Ellen was from Paris, so that's the accent that I can do.
Yeah.
And Elaine named her oldest daughter Agatha. Which Agatha hated. Agatha. Come, Agatha, come kiss your mother goodbye. As you go off to spend the weekend with your father. Mom, what if it's the last kiss? Kiss.
You're very good.
Prove that Hello was not.
Yeah. Yeah, like I watch Allo when I miss Elaine.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm surprisingly catching on pretty quickly to what the lessons have done so far. You know, usually I struggle a little bit more, but I think because I have 2 languages under my belt, sort of partially under my belt, that it's easier this time around to remember that, and so many French words are so well known.
There's a great YouTube channel that I occasionally watch called Easy French.
There's a podcast that I discovered called, oh, hold on, I have to look it up real quick. It's like,
I want to make it clear, though, I do not watch it to learn French. It has subtitles, and it's like mostly street interviews about like, what did you have for breakfast? Or what are you wearing? Or how would you buy things at grocery stores? Like literally they stop people in the street. So it's wonderfully awkward. There's also Easy German where they do the exact same thing in Germany. And what I love about both Easy French and Easy German is the stereotypical answers real French and German people give them. Like so stereotypical. So there is an episode of Easy German where it is, how would you tell your loved ones you love them? Like, how would you literally say it? And the answer most Germans had is, I would not do that. That is not a thing I would do. When is the last time you told your mother that you love her? I was a child. Like, so at least 20 years is like the literal answers of Germans on the street. What did you have for breakfast? Did you have a sweet breakfast or a salty breakfast, i.e., did you have a French breakfast, which is what a sweet breakfast is, or did you have a salty breakfast, also known as an English breakfast? Even though no beans are served and not even sausage, it doesn't actually, they call it an English breakfast, it's just salty. Like, did you have eggs? That's what makes it salty. I just want to point out. It becomes a French breakfast if you had salty eggs a little later. So brunch. And which is better? Would you say, even if the person like really likes salty breakfast, like they have them mostly on the weekends, would you say that is better than the sweet French breakfast? And not a single person they interviewed was willing to say an English breakfast is better than a French breakfast. Because quintessential French. That is what I love about these two, is all these street interviews of like, oh yeah, the stereotypes are real. They're stereotypes for a reason.
That's funny. I've been
why, yes, in America, you will be handed a Solo cup if you go to most people's home parties. You know, like a cookout or a Halloween party or a Christmas party, whatever they're having at their house. Hell, half the time, if you're going to, like, say, a community center where they're throwing a party, they're also going to hand you a Solo cup. The rest of the world,
or you'd done better have brought your own cup,
right? The rest of the world thinks Solo cups are just a Hollywood thing.
Oh,
they cannot like imagine that Solo cups are real.
That's funny.
Or that
we get handed those at school.
Or that Americans really do eat that many burgers and fries. Like,
they don't know us.
It is not a quintessential. It is, no, they're actually eating. Like, we're actually eating that many burgers and fries all the dang time. Like, in Mississippi, I think the average burger consumption is 300 burgers a year. And I only maybe have, 6 to 10 burgers a year. So there are several people who are eating my share.
Okay. There's a simple answer for this, and you know this answer. How many times a week does the average American, that's right,
every single American man, woman, and child, go to McDonald's.
Oh, apparently the average American eats at McDonald's. What is it, like 2 to 4 times a week?
Yes.
Wow.
Which is
That tracks,
double
actually.
their closest competition.
Like, I don't think McDonald's that great, but okay.
It's not even that cheap in Canada.
I maybe have McDonald's once a month and then it's chicken nuggets, honestly. And it's mostly just because Tom's already going through the drive-thru and he's like, hey, you want something? Since he's going through to go pick up someone's order.
Mhm.
And he's like, you want something? Knowing full well the answer is going to be chicken nuggets. Because I can't eat their cheese because it has, xanthan gum or guar gum or
Mhm.
something.
Or plastic.
It has something I can't eat in there. So I have to put cheese on the Big Macs and the Whoppers myself. And if I'm doing that, what am I doing? I'd rather have a Whopper.
I
The
also
pod-
would rather have a Whopper, but I can't eat them anymore unless I change the bun or scrape all the sesame seeds off.
Oh, that's so sad.
So sorry.
The podcast I discovered is called Little Talk in Slow French, and it's conversations that this person has on the podcast, and they speak very slowly so that you can understand it. And I really like that setup because I'm like, ooh, I can actually understand this. This is not too fast for me. This is nice, slow French. And then, of course, I'm following the Duolingo French podcast. And then I'm not following it, but I was listening to the, what is it called? Coffee Break French.
So, growing up in Oxford, Mississippi, we, my parents mostly socialized with the foreign exchange students.
Mhm.
And many of the foreign exchange students were actually like grad students. So they were not like that young.
Mhm.
So what I learned about conversing with and also working for, because everybody needs a babysitter,
Yeah.
with so many students is whether you're speaking your language to them or their language to them, the most important aspect of conversation is to learn how to make all the other sounds in their language.
Mhm.
And that's why, like, when oh, Glory, what is the love life of a 16-year-old? Like, it's this sound that the French make.
Yeah.
And
That nasally sound.
yeah, the little other sounds that they do all these like mouth noises that are not officially part of the language. But what it is these noises both give inflection and they work as markers
Mhm.
in language. So if you want to be understood by people who grew up with another language as their primary language,
Mhm.
you need to learn to mimic those sounds so that even if you are speaking in English, they're going to have an easier time understanding you.
Mhm.
And that is why, like, honestly, while other people are like, are you mocking the French when you do this impression? Like, absolutely not. I am doing my best impression of one of my beloved former employers who had me babysit her way too old daughters. Agatha was Tom's age, 3 years younger than me. So I'm 16. Agatha's 13. And then Agatha's little sister was, I think, like 2 years younger. So it was 11. They really did not need babysitters, but Elaine was like, you need the money, and her father has to pay. So she is like, I like you, Floyd.
We're
You're a
about to
lovely
have an
person."
ad, just so you know. And really fast before that ad hits, an internet parent reminder was redeemed. So you should hydrate. You should stretch. You should get up and walk around. Maybe you should save your work if you're working on something. Remember to take care of yourself because you're important, guys. You're important. And you are amazing.
Should I
So
load
please.
up a timer?
yourself.
Should we do a sprinty sprint?
If you'd like.
I forgot about this song. Talking about French brought it back to my brain. Have you guys heard of Mozart L'Opera Rock?
I don't know.
I'll
Maybe.
post one of the musical numbers in the chat.
All right, Maggie, I see you're falling asleep, so enjoy this nap. This nap sprint is dedicated to you, my dear. Well, well, well. Fancy meeting y'all here.
Whale, whale, whale.
What kind of whale?
Orca.
Humpback? Ah,
Big one.
So I was researching how to write travel articles so that I could make some money from my trip
Mhm.
instead of just spending money on the trip. And now I'm trying to think of good angles for articles I could potentially write for various magazines and stuff.
Mhm.
Since each one has a different style, I'm like, I can write a couple articles. I'm gonna have to take a lot of pictures while I'm there. I also did some French lessons on Duolingo. And I did some other things, but I don't remember what they are.
I read fan fiction and kept an eye on my renders for work.
Nice.
I worked on my vitals.
Important.
You
Mhm.
still have them?
Still alive. So far, so good.
Woo.
Yep.
Good to know.
Laura's screen flickering reminds me of like the Blacklist, that we're watching that show on
Mhm.
Netflix, and I'm like, ooh, is Laura in a bunker somewhere?
Joke's on you. You think I'm in a high rise.
Work.
So, Tom and I have this little chat group of our local friends that we've known 20 years. And one of them, yesterday or the day before, posted an infographic. Yes. Let's see. So, unfortunately, it won't let me make it bigger, but if you look here on this enormous map of the planet, there's this tiny yellow spot, and it is hard to see, but it says it is labeled Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the key, if it is in dark blue,
Mhm.
a higher GDP per capita than Mississippi, and if it is in light blue, a lower GDP per capita than Mississippi. And I want to point out how every single other state in America and Canada
Wow.
has a higher GDP. But you know which one has a lower GDP? Russia. And Tom was like, that can't be right. Let me look it up. Russia's GDP, gross domestic product per capita, per household, is 1/3 of what Mississippi's is.
Wow. Damn.
They really do not have any money. So this whole war, they were never going to win because they literally don't have the money. Even taking it away from their people and using it for weaponry, they still don't have the money. They just don't have it. They were never going to be able to win it. They're just going to be able to make other people miserable, but they can't win anything. And that was actually why they did a cash grab for Ukraine. Was Ukraine GDP is way higher than theirs.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah, their desire for Ukraine is merely as a cash grab. Like Mississippi. So what is Russia's peak GDP ever, apparently, was in 2015 at I think it was about $1,500 $1,500 for the year per capita.
Wow.
It's down to 1,100, I believe. And that's 1/3 of what Mississippi's is.
Wow.
Mississippi has no industry on purpose. That is because we have so much corrupt politicians and so much grift. You think what's going on in the Republican Party is something new? That's been going on in Mississippi for 130 years.
Wow.
So again, I'm just going to use this as a little reminder that when you see a red state, that is a voter suppressed state.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Florida too.
On a happier note, you want to see something funny?
Always. What the heck is that?
That's so cute.
I love it so much.
Y'all were getting educational while I was getting food, apparently.
So Russia is not technically a communist state anymore. Hence the oligarchs. There's this person on YouTube that I would watch her videos every once in a while, and I can't remember what. I think her YouTube name, YouTube account is like her name, like Valentina something, but I just honestly don't remember. Anyway, the very first video I ever watched of hers was it was entitled something to the effect of "What a Minimalist Moscow Family Eats in a Day," something like that. And I was like, okay, I'll bite. What? And I was not expecting them to have a big apartment or anything. Right after I went through my Holocaust phase in middle school, I then went through the fall of Russia into communism phase.
Mm-hmm.
And there were memoirs of people who had defected to America or France or other places about what it was like, living in Moscow in the 50s and 60s. And one of them was even a fictional book, which was actually a pretty cool book, about this young girl who She wants to be a ballerina for the Moscow Ballet,
Mhm.
right? Very cool, normal kind of teen dreams. And she never really knew who her father was. She grew up with her mother and her grandmother, but through a series of unfortunate events, she ends up an orphan at like 16 or 17 and tries to navigate living in, this sort of welfare state while also going to ballerina school. Because she'd already been accepted to the school, and so it's kind of this fascinating and bizarre story that was actually based on the writer's real life experience growing up in Moscow in the late 50s before her and her family were able to, I don't remember what happened, but I think it has something to do with like the Hungarian Revolution, and then they were able to move to America. So
Charlie's comment.
and so that's why I was like, oh yeah, okay, what are Muscovites eating now? And they have, it's a husband and wife, and they have a little baby, and she was showing everything that they're eating, and I was like, I remember this was months ago. I remember remarking to Tom of eat no fruits and vegetables. The baby gets some jam and is gnawing on cucumber spears, but that's like it. All they're eating are like kasha, which is cracked wheat, and they're eating pierogies, and again, that's more finely, refined flour. The sour cream, meat, but they're not really eating any fruits or vegetables. This is not a good lifestyle. You need fruits and vegetables. We actually know this now about humans. And Tom had some theories. Well, anyway, so long story short, over the last 2 years, they have, with the whole Ukrainian, the Russians attacking Ukraine, they decided that seemed like a great time to leave Russia. And through a series of catch as catch can, they on the fly took their baby while she was pregnant with a second baby and got on one of the very last planes and ended up in Georgia, the country.
Mm-hmm.
And, documented this whole thing. So it's kind of fascinating because they literally got on the plane, and by the time they landed, YouTube had frozen all Russian accounts' financial transactions.
Mm.
So they got to Georgia, and they're technically penniless because they have no way to even access their Russian bank account because that was frozen, and they can't access their YouTube money for pretty much similar reasons. And there they are in a foreign country. But apparently, I learned, Georgia is one of the few countries that really doesn't require anybody have a visa to go visit, which that's kind of interesting anyway. But it has been fascinating to watch this family. I mean, including, yes, she did document having a baby in a foreign hospital and what it's like in a former Soviet country's hospital. And that was wild. Is she showing her maternity room and everything and the food they keep serving her? And just oh my God. But, and that they had to pay cash for it because, they weren't citizens of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
But the most interesting thing was she did do a video where she talked about how before they moved from Moscow to Georgia, their toddler, their little girl, who it's some variation on the name Agatha, I don't know, with a Russian accent. Let's just go with that, Agatha. Was under height and underweight. And it was something she and her husband were concerned about. And they had been talking about finding somewhere else to move. Apparently, when the baby was a baby, she had the baby in a stroller and was leaving the apartment complex to go onto the street in Moscow to go to the bus to then go to a park. And somebody tried to take this baby in the stroller. like literally
wow.
tried to grab it, and she ended up in a fight with somebody who was trying to essentially kidnap her baby. So after that, she really didn't feel safe going to the park without her husband escorting her.
Mhm.
And so it meant that even though, yes, little toddlers need fresh air and they need to go run around, she just kept her in the apartment because she was worried about the safety of her and her baby. Absolutely understandable.
Mhm.
We have ads, by the way. But when they moved to Georgia, they're out in the countryside. They're just out there, the countryside of Georgia. They got like a house, and the landlords live next door. And they said, "Oh, we'll help you, get in contact with medical care because you need an obstetric
Mhm.
doctor, and you need a hospital who's going to accept you to have the baby and all that. So we'll help you. We'll do all that." And they did help her. But anyway, she has a video where she talks about how they don't know they'll ever go back to Russia for a couple reasons, including the war. But also because, and you can see it in the videos, the toddler has went from underweight and under height to a normal. I mean, like to me, the toddler is like, oh, that's a normal American baby,
Mhm.
all legs and a big old baby and happy. She's not really a baby. She's like 3.5 years old now. She looks like a normal kid to me now.
Mhm.
Versus when she said how like her daughter will finally eat because her daughter never had an appetite in Moscow.
Mhm.
And that she always had to like try to get her to eat anything. And now she'll like eat all day. And whatever she don't want to eat, the dogs will eat. But still, like, she makes sure that
True to
the
that.
daughter's the one who mostly gets the food. It's just when her daughter drops food, the dogs are like, hello, we're happy to help.
Yeah.
And how it's so nice that her daughter is now, appropriately weighs the right amount for her age. And she's also the right height for her age now. And she doesn't know if it's the fresh air or whatever. But like, I've also seen, like, I watched a video of her doing $100 grocery haul in Georgia. And she's like showing everything they got from the fruit and vegetable market and everything, all the meat they got from the butcher. And they're showing us
Mhm.
on, like, they're having to do several times clear the kitchen table to then show the next round of it. And they're eating a ton of fruits and vegetables now. Like a literal t-shirt bag of apples, a literal t-shirt bag of potatoes, a literal t-shirt bag of peppers, an actual t-shirt bag of all of these things. Bananas are in there. You can see all the onions, and they're
Mhm.
actually eating fruits and vegetables. And it's an entire t-shirt bag of eggplant. I mean, that's a lot of eggplant, y'all. It's a lot of eggplant. It's several kilos of eggplant, and it's just like, I knew that I kind of wondered about this family watching these videos before they left Russia. I'd kind of wondered, like, why don't they eat fresh fruits and vegetables? And now to see that now that they're in a country where it's very affordable and
Mhm.
also they're able to freely move around, and that, I mean, like, let's be honest, to a certain degree, fresh air is good for human beings. As well as when you get fresh air, it means you're also walking. You're moving
Mhm.
your body. Your appetite is growing, so then you do crave fruits and vegetables and other foods that are good for you. I mean, they're still buying the like tubs of sour cream, as I would expect all Russians. Russia, everybody talks about Russia operating on vodka. That's not technically true. It's really more like Russia operates on sour cream, which, hey, that stuff tastes great. So like literally buy their sour cream. And you ever see disposable quick bread pans, loaf pans?
Mhm.
Buying them in multiple sour cream. They're not. It's not a small.
I was gonna say the Daisy ones are like this.
Yeah,
So.
it's filled with sour cream. Yeah. But it has been interesting, but it, again, like, that's what's going on in Russia is the regular people, the people in the city with the most access to the most resources are slowly starving.
Mhm.
They can't afford fruits and vegetables. They're unhappy and they're unhealthy. Like, not because of anything they're trying to do, but because the resources are just not there. And that's what's really going on. I mean, she's been very frank about it, of how, tried to make the best of everything. But the truth is, that's what was going on. And it's nice that she was honest about it, about like people have noticed like her daughter, her toddler, has like grown very quickly since, because they got to Georgia in the spring.
Mhm.
And, like just sprouted like a green bean. That child is all legs and is smiling all the time. And so is her husband. I used to think he was just like a stoic Russian. And in any video, he's just like, yep, we're going to do this. And now he smiles all the time. He's all the time just, like he can't wipe the grin off his own face. And it's like, it's not that Georgia is like that wonderful a place, but, by comparison.
Mhm.
Hello, sweet Roy.
Roy.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah.
But Russia's done a very good job of trying to keep it quiet how difficult things are for their citizenry there.
That's what they get for trying to be proud.
Well, also, it's just so corrupt. I mean, that's the whole point of oligarchs. When you have that kind of extremes of wealth and poverty, that's a straight up indicator of corruption. It's the same thing in Mississippi. I mean, has anybody been keeping track of the whole Brett Favre welfare, embezzlement case? Oh,
Mhm.
yeah. The Cheeto is toast.
I have a puppy.
Puppy.
Look at him. He's like, this is where I belong.
Also, I know what
Oh.
the other package is. I remembered during the sprint what it is. It's my razor blades.
Okay.
Because I had to, for my razor, I couldn't get the refills in any of the stores. Like, I checked, like, all of the delivery services, and then none of them had them in stock.
Wow.
So I had to order them. Because I'm like, I have a razor. I'm not buying a whole new razor.
Yeah.
So it's my...
Look at that
razor
Muppet.
blade.
We are ascending.
So pale.
I love it. I was like, I'll hold my head up for you.
Appreciate me. That's why he whines so much, because Mama won't pick him up and just hold him.
Hugged me.
I wish to be held, Mother.
Boy. He's like, yes, the cuddles.
All the cuddles.
Are you happy? Are you content? Are you regal?
They all say they're out for delivery.
I know. I've got several packages today that I'm waiting to get delivered. One of them is my alcohol prep pads. When I need her insulin.
Yours were far more important than mine. Mine are all fun things, like candy from Canada.
Also, Tom ordered citric acid and malic acid because, I don't know, something.
Is that going to be doing some chemistry in the kitchen?
It's going to be the kitchen, even though, yes, you could do chemistry elsewhere.
Like the toilet?
like the garage,
Oh.
But no, it's. I think it's something to do that with Tom wanted to make that super juice. He posted a video in the Unicorn
Yeah.
Discord server, and you need both citric acid and malic acid. And you let the peels and the fruit and something sit in the. I don't know. I think that's what he's. That's why
It's
he
all
ordered.
technical.
Yeah, I don't care. I gotta be honest. Like,
Baby.
look
He
at
can
it. Or
experiment
he's
as
so
much as he
forlorn.
wants.
He's in your arms thinking about straight bread.
Wouldn't put it past it.
I'd ordered this nice plastic platter so I could like display my cakes when I bake them, and I want to take a pretty picture, but it literally came in just falling apart.
Oh no.
They didn't properly pack it. Like it had bubble wrap, but only around the middle. So guess what broke off? All the top of the bottom.
Oh no.
Like when I got my one little kitchen scale thingy came shattered
Yep.
because they had the glass facing out.
Yep.
Look at those toe beans.
So I'm still on the hunt for some like display platters for my baked goods.
You're so energetic, Roy.
Right. Like, it is nap time. I do not understand why you keep sitting up, but okay, I will just sleep on you.
Give him half an hour. He will be having the zooms.
It's time to go hunt for street bread, mother.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes. My arm's getting tired, dude.
He's arrived.
Ooh.
Oh, Gloria, my Medusa arrived.
Mm. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And it is beautifully detailed.
Very cool.
Because she deserved better.
Yeah. Every time I watch the storyteller Greek myths, I think about you. I agree, Tom. Roy needs a tall desk hammock.
All right, now the curtains are moving because he's up against them. Because they go all the way to the floor.
Mm.
I hear barking. Mail? Is there mail here? I can hear whenever anybody goes up my stairs, though, so I'll know. Like, either someone is coming and going from my neighbor's apartment, or I have a package, or Natalie's home. One of the two. Three, whatever.
That's three.
Wait a minute. Somebody is returning to their abode, or I have a package. There, that's better.
Good job. Consolidation.
Yeah.
Yes, handsome. It's too cute. Roy maintain eye contact with desk treats. So we're down to like 3 of these. And
man.
there he is.
You are holding my favorite bag. What you doing, ma'am?
Ma, what you got? It's like a little kid. I speak of myself here. Walking up to the parent like, what you got there? When I can clear as day see what food they're holding. Like, I know exactly what they're eating. I'm like, what you got there? Steak. What? Can I have some? Didn't you just have some? Yeah, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't yours.
And I want yours now. And yet my father still gave it to me. He was like, fine, you can have some. But that's all you're getting. You can have more sides.
Oh, you're back already, eh? Might as well finish off the bag.
There is also the chance that they'll just leave my package down there. So that is also why I keep refreshing the thing. That tells
Other
me if
things
it's
posted to this group.
What?
With spaghetti.
Florida men, one disguised in bull costume, allegedly tried to burn down ex-boyfriend's home with spaghetti sauce. Anytime a headline starts with Florida, I guarantee the rest doesn't make sense 100% of the time. Spaghetti sauce?
Fire's red, spaghetti sauce is
Why?
red.
What?
Maybe it was spicy spaghetti sauce.
Was it oily spaghetti sauce?
I still think it was the spice.
And presumably, he got his buddy involved to help him. 2 of them tried to burn down someone's house with spaghetti sauce.
Why was only one of them disguised in a bull costume? Why not both?
So many questions.
They should have done a horse costume.
Why is Ron
I don't
laughing?
know, Charlie, but again, fine if we're,
That's it, sir. That's it.
You're making Mississippi look good.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Me, not even from Mississippi, has started to quote you on this. When things happen, I'm like, they're making Mississippi look good.
Why
Never
is
done
everybody
in my
making
life.
Mississippi look good? We're literally the poorest state in the union. And y'all making us look good again. I don't know. Nothing makes sense.
Roy, you just had 4. You're done.
A gun. Holds open bag. Goes like this. It's gone!
I remember this headline. Florida man charged with assault with a deadly weapon after throwing alligator through Wendy's drive-thru window.
Tom says, weird idea, but what if Laura put Roy's treats into dime bags so that after she gave Roy the requisite treats, she could show that the bag was empty and Roy would stop coming back for seconds till the next day?
You can see it's empty. See? See? But it still smells like it.
Mm-hmm.
Empty, dude. Empty.
No left. It's empty.
It's empty. See?
And I will admit that this lives in my head rent-free all the time now.
Yes.
And I mean, I can't stop thinking about it. He literally littered his body till it looked like a Chipotle bag.
That's funny.
Like, there's tattooing your body. Like, I have a couple things that mean something significant to me I wish to decorate myself with.
And then there's also
And then
like when you're in-
no, you just graffitied yourself. That's what you did. You doodled.
well, there is also like turning like using your body as like a literal canvas, and it's just like everything flows, even though it flows into the next piece, and those are just exquisite.
He is a Chipotle bag in position, so it makes sense. Like, he is a Chipotle bag, y'all. He did that. He did that. He paid for it.
Paid a lot of
Right?
money for that.
He spent money to look like a Chipotle bag. And you know it's not like he don't know what a Chipotle bag looks like. I think about it all the time.
Still a bit. I'm gonna be pouting this whole time. I apologize. I'm a child when it comes to expecting a package.
You're done, Roy. I'm sorry.
He looks like the front of a 90s Trapper Keeper. Yeah, he really does. This is another one that the people in this group, our local friends, posted.
Is that a squirrel or a cat?
It's a
It's a
squirrel.
squirrel.
Black squirrel. And you can't see it because the StreamYard cuts it off, but it says someone stole a sweet roll. It's a whole muffin, y'all. It's a big muffin.
That's not
And-
small.
He like zoinks. And somebody like personally took this picture. This is not, this is a black squirrel. Stole himself a muffin. And then on top of that, there was an entire conversation in this Telegram group. What kind of muffin was it?
I mean, it looks like either a blueberry or chocolate.
That's not chocolate. This is chocolate chip. But
That's what I mean. Like, not chocolate, but chocolate chip.
you want to
But I think
see
blueberry.
what this reminds me of?
Yeah.
What you got?
You guys are not gonna believe what I just found. This is fantastic. Okay, so we have this shed in our backyard. We barely use it. It's just basically got junk in it. And through the spring, summer, fall, we noticed there was a squirrel. He was coming from the trees in the backyard, coming across the top of the shed and crawling in this little gap up by the doors here. And what we discovered was that he had an old window window frame, and he had built a nest in there. So he had it up in the rafters, and he built piles of leaves and straw and whatever else he could find. He built himself a little nest, and we said, you know what, leave the squirrel alone. We barely use the shed. There's nothing in there he can hurt, so dude can have it. He's fine. Later on, we noticed the collection bag from our lawnmower, which we don't use, and we just have hung on the wall in there. He'd been storing nuts in there, so we were like, okay, that's fine. We don't use it. He's just building up his nut stores for the winter. It's all fine. Today, I went in the barn looking for my daughter's sled because I didn't know if maybe I'd put it in there. And I happened to look at the collection bag, and I said, those are some weird looking nuts. So I got a little closer. And you're not going to believe this, you guys. So you come in the barn here, and you can see up here, there's the window screen, and he's got his little nest built up there. And on the wall, we have the collection bag. And
Donut holes.
a metric ton
Oh my God.
of Timbits.
Stealing from Tim Hortons.
I don't even know if there are any nuts in there.
It's all tidbits.
Look how high it is.
That's you're gonna grow a Tim Hortons tree soon.
So, yeah, apparently our squirrel has been traveling to the Little Tim Hortons down the road from us and rummaging around in the dumpster and picking up the castaway tidbits.
Oh no.
So, yeah, you know your squirrels are Canadian when.
Yes. The Canadian squirrels right there. Tim Hortons. Oh my god. I guess at least he's got good taste. He's like, we're not going for acorns. F that.
Tidbits.
Timmies. We need Timmies. He's like, I'm gonna eat Timmies all winter. This is what I shall live on. It shall be grand. I will find me a lady with all these Timbits to eat with. Mm-hmm. This is how I shall romance her. Come, see my stash of Timmies.
It might work.
Uh-huh. She's gonna be like, maple.
Whatever, man.
Squirrels.
But yes,
Those
there was
squirrels
like
are a lot cooler than the
that
squirrels
was,
from my
and this
hometown.
is what like the discussion finally determined was, oh, it must be banana nut.
But
I know it looks dark. I agree with you. I think it's chocolate chip.
that spot there, I'm like, that has to be
And
like
it
either an
looked rough,
exploded blueberry.
Chocolate chip with like a streusel or an oatmeal topping.
Oh, it could be like a blueberry streusel. Like
Maybe a blueberry streusel.
we had one of the coffee places near us had like cheesecake muffins. Like it was a muffin and then they had cheesecake stuffed in the top.
Yeah.
And it was like, those were really good actually. Where did I get that?
Cat's like just off in fantasy now.
I'm like, where did I get those?
So we go ahead and do another little sprinty sprint on that note.
Sure. I'd like to
You
come
can
up
think
with
about all the food that squirrels and whatever else totally want to keep.
I'm going to be brainstorming article
Don't
ideas
talk
for
him out of a bucket of chicken. You want him to bring. Wait, didn't y'all have chicken yesterday? If you had chicken yesterday, then no. But if you didn't have chicken yesterday, yes.
You don't want a bucket of chicken. You want a barrel of chicken.
You could be better.
Yes.
We did not.
You did not. So yeah, like yes, chicken. Also, best of luck on your meeting. Feel like that's not happening. The internet votes now. You're getting chicken.
Chicken tenders. That's.
I have chicken wings in my fridge. I should heat those up.
Shit.
They have a honey garlic sauce.
Yum.
Ooh.
Well, good luck in whatever y'all are going to work on, including food, apparently.
Food and fan fiction.
I was gonna do an annoying beep, and then I realized the mic wasn't on. So I just keep adding to my necklaces because the one finally arrived.
Oh, nice.
With my bat and my ankh. Well, technically it has 3 ankhs. But the bat.
Very nice.
Very pretty.
I'm just gonna keep putting more necklaces on, I guess. I'm just gonna wear all of them. It's fine.
So I was looking up famous French writers who are from Paris specifically, to see if there's any more interesting places I want to visit in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
So I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tabs open just about French writers. And then I also was coming up brainstorming ideas for article ideas, which is why I'm looking up more, because I'm thinking of doing like a book lover's guide to Paris.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a good angle to take, since most people don't usually write articles about books and stuff.
I ate chicken wings. I ate a donut
Nice.
and journaling.
Nice.
That tweet is home.
Cool.
It's in the package. Okay, I got a package, but I'm awaiting the Laura candy package.
Spence fed the babies.
Nice.
I have these leaves that I picked up on our walk that I'm taping in.
Nice.
Cool.
Roll away the tape, roll away.
It's like, that's not the song I'm listening to.
What?
It's like, that's not the song I'm listening to.
Nope, but it's what popped in my head when the toy rolled away.
Oh man, George Sand does not have a house in Paris. It's all the way in Nohant. I'm totally brutalized that name, but that's okay. So that's off the list.
heard someone on the stairs. But it was just the neighbor. No candy. Well, normally mail is like here before this time. So I'm like, wow, this is taking a while. But my mail is normally here like before 11 or like last.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's either early in the morning. Right. I think that was just the neighbor going down the stairs. I can literally hear the steps every time somebody goes up and down them.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like so intensely listening. Because chocolates. Tom found a Hershey's candy bar product that has cocoa, but does not have PGPR. I don't know what this is.
Zagnut.
Yeah.
Zagnut's an old candy. So I've noticed that like chocolates with PGPR don't really melt in the mouth right. It's weird. And most Hershey chocolates now in America have PGPR.
Oh.
It makes them kind of plasticky or putty-like.
Hmm.
Actually, now that you say that,
Yeah.
it does melt differently in your mouth.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I'm just like, what's the point of putting chocolate in my mouth if it's not gonna like slowly melt into delicious?
So that's why I really like the caramels, I think, is because they melt so well in your mouth.
Yeah.
The caramellos do not do that.
Nope.
Which the caramello is the American version of a caramel.
Yep.
Which is not the same.
It's not the same.
Me becoming a candy snob.
It is amazing how much trash food Americans are okay with.
Mm-hmm. Stuff that's illegal elsewhere.
Yeah. Mind you, I'm that weird person that my favorite M&Ms are the red ones because I can taste the dye. Like they actually taste different, and I'm like, I can taste the dye. We realize that like for some reason I can taste that red dye, and that's what I like about the red M&M.
Taste of coal.
Come on, Pen.
I'm weird. I also like the smell of diesel
My sister does too.
and gasoline.
Yeah.
Because when my dad, depending on what he's done at work, sometimes people smell like it if he's had to go gas up the trucks. Because no matter what you do, you don't smell any of it, and somehow you still end up smelling like it. When he has to gas up that many things, because he gasses up all the tractors, like, in large quantities. So, for some, it's also that combined with the smell of pine needles. Like, it's a very specific combination of things that I'm just like, home,
I was gonna say it sounds like your
That's-
house.
Dad.
My pen's not working.
Also, it's raining. It was raining really hard, and I think it has slowed down a little bit, but it keeps randomly picking up again, and so it's disturbing me being able to hear vehicles correctly. Because delivery vehicles have a completely distinct sound compared to a regular vehicle. They rattle differently. And the rain hides it. I don't like it. Just like I can recognize my dad's truck, his old truck, from a mile away. Literally. That's how loud his truck was. You can do it, CB. I have to do it against my will. Because it hurts. Allow me to complain today, apparently.
I've given up soda, and now all I drink is sparkling water and water.
My problem is the carbonation itself. Not the other parts of it. It's just the carbonation.
Oh,
It hurts.
I was talking about rain, and I was like, ooh, might it rain here? No. I was checking my weather out.
Also, I think...
It's so dry here. It's terrible.
Can I just
My
send just some of
nose
the...
is so dry. I
Who
say
figures
that.
out which direction you're in, and I'm just like,
you want
go
to
that way.
figure out what is the
Go that
percentage
way.
of humidity in the house right now. I'll even let you do a range anywhere if you get any of the correct numbers in the range.
Is it below 30?
What
Is it
percent
between
chance
30
of
and
rain?
50?
I mean, it can be.
I'm just throwing out numbers. I'm going to be honest.
It gets as dry as 47% humidity in here, and it's terrible.
Oh, I was correct.
47 to 51%. I'm done.
I was like, between 30 and 50? Whereas here, we're like, yes, it's below 30. It's below 40. Woo!
Can't get my pen to work again.
Hmm.
It's my white gel pen to write on my black washi tape.
oh.
Maybe it ran out of gel.
Nope. What do you want, sir?
Greats, ma'am.
Is it gooped? Do you have to because gel pens sometimes you gotta my instinct was to go just put it on your tongue and then rub it around on some paper.
I did that.
Oh, you did?
I did. Going to my
Did
backup
goops.
one.
Saliva. It degoops it. Try fire.
I've seen people take a little flame to the tip of their pen.
Yeah, just for a second.
There. Good enough.
This article is in French, and my French isn't that good. I just started learning. Ooh, but I know the word écrivain. That means writer. Écrivain.
Ta-da! Now you go right.
Nice. Funny tidbit I just learned. Guy de Maupassant used to eat at the base of the restaurant at the base of the Eiffel Tower every day because he hated the sight of the Eiffel Tower, and it was one of the few places where he could sit and not see it in Paris.
So he went to it.
Yeah, right.
To look out.
Right underneath so that he didn't have to look at it.
It's hilarious. I mean, that's a mood. Just sit facing the opposite direction.
Right?
Do we all just like want a collective nap?
I'm not tired.
I do.
Oh, Laura's turning on her candles. Well, fake candles.
Ooh.
Fishing line. Works in everything, even the medical field.
Should we do another sprinty sprint?
Sure.
It is that time. You're muted, Laura.
My bookcase is glowing.
Nice. Was this not a chatty sprint?
Deep in thought. Good luck, everybody.
My brain is flatlining.
Same.
Beep-a-da-beep. Beep-a-da-beep, beep-a-da-beep, beep-a-da-beep. Beep-a-da-beep.
Guess what?
What?
Roy wants to go outside now.
Roy, you had 30 minutes.
I was journaling the whole time. So
So
look at all the writing.
Yay!
Yay!
Not the one you want there. Other words.
Sometimes.
That was me. Sorry.
Aw, hey baby.
So, right before the sprint ended, I found this TikTok that it started with, "Hey guys, do you want to figure out how to calculate how big your breasts would have been had you been a woman?" And I was fully prepared to watch this video. And it was somebody had stitched it, and they were like, it was also a person born female. They're like, when you're so fluid your gender, you forget you were born female, and then you already know how big your breasts are. And then like I looked at the comments, and most of the women were like, "Yeah, I was about to just let this go and figure it out."
How big are they supposed to be versus what I got?
Yeah, I'm like, I know what I got.
Fun times. I'm gonna go walk this poopy.
Okay.
We should go
Sounds good.
Good luck
explore
on
the
the
street
street
bread.
bread.
Find the squirrels with the Timbits.
Num num.
Bye. Well, I was looking up articles on like traveler.com and Lonely Planet and trying to get a vibe for what kind of articles they're looking for that I could write potentially. Because I want to pay for my trip by going on my trip. I like the sound of that.
Me too, Eva. I have been many cup sizes over the years. It
Same.
goes back and forth. This idea that breast size is static is like,
It's not.
and I used to think, oh well, I can understand if you gain or lose weight, maybe you'll go up or down a cup size. No, it is this wild roller coaster ride over decades.
So
Other than I can be absolutely certain you will not have the cup size you want. Whatever the cup size is that you think would be perfect for your body / your back, that is the one cup size you will never get to stay in.
I
It's the
was
only thing I
never a B cup. I went from an A to a C, and then I just went up more.
I lived in B land for several years.
I would be cool with being a B. My back would hurt less.
And then I started,
I want to be part of the itty bitty titty brigade.
cup in my early 20s. And it turned out, and I did not know this for like another decade or more. It turned out that's because it was a side effect of my acid reflux medicine, is that you grow titties, no matter your gender. You grow titties. and I kept growing titties. And I went from a B cup before I was on this acid reflux medicine to, let's see, about 12 years later, a triple D. Like, you do grow titties. Like, it's not a little bit. You grow.
I started in high school with double D's and now I'm at a K. And I'm just like, stop growing, okay? Just
I
chill
went up-
the F out.
I went up a cup size and 2 band sizes when I was pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
And it hurt.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Before I got really sick this year, I had been thinking I was going to have to go up a cup size. And then I was like, oh, well, now they are almost loose.
Yeah.
And I can tell that I've started to gain a little bit of weight again because they fit properly again.
With sepsis, I lost 40 pounds, and it was apparently mostly in my titties. So I went from a triple D down to a D.
I keep telling Joe that if I ever make it big with writing and stuff, I'm going to get a reduction. And I says, I'm going to go down to a B. And he's like, no.
Not the girls.
He's like, a C at least? I'm like, no.
Mm-mm.
Back
No,
pain.
You're lucky they're not just coming off entirely. That's what you should tell him. And that way, when you're like, it's a B cup, he'll at least be grateful. When my sister had her first baby, she was a B cup. And that's the one where I had to like Garfield cling him to her to breastfeed right after she gave birth because the nurse wouldn't do it and was like, here, you do it. And I'm like, she's my sister. I don't want to touch that. And she's like, the baby is hungry. Like, and I mean, like, he's my nephew. So but there was so little. I could not hold her titty. I had to hold. There was nothing. I was like, I thought these were supposed to get bigger when you're pregnant. All right. And I tried to like put him in a normal, natural resting position because he had just been born. It was a rough day for him. And
her.
He's an adult. He's a baby. And he just was like, help, cannot reach. So finally I had to like turn him and just sort of put him on her. And she was totally out of it. Like she was drugged to hell and back. And so I just like kind of held him to like as if I was
okay. But from what I'm aware of from my siblings, maybe it's a good thing she was drugged out of it for that first time because
it does not remember me handling her body. Thank God. And so I'm the only one who lives with this trauma since the baby won't ever remember and she doesn't remember. And her husband, for some reason, was not there because he had to go to the cafeteria. So, because he was the one who frankly should have been handling this.
Yes.
But the baby needed food. They were like, it's been like 2 hours. The baby really does need to start. And he kept crying. He was hungry. You could tell. Like, he came out and was like, I am ready for food. You took away my placenta. He was a biggin. He was a big baby. That's why he had to be cesarean. His head was too huge to pass through her cervix. He kept popping out of it.
My sister is also pregnant with a big boy. They're saying that they were talking about bringing her in a week early, and now they're saying maybe 2, possibly 3 weeks early, because he's in the 95th percentile.
Yeah, that's how my nephew was. It's just like he lifted his head a clear several inches off of his bed when he was 4 hours old. He lifted his head and looked around when he finally heard his parents talking. And I was like, this baby was overdue. Y'all should have had this baby a couple weeks ago.
My friend's baby was born slightly early and scared the nurses and the doctor because he sat up the day he was born. He had only been like they were cleaning him off and he's like, hi. And they're like, oh God.
Well, his neck was so strong because he had been in the position to be birthed for 3 weeks and she refused to go into labor because the roommate was still in the house and she was mad about the roommate still being there. One of her former best friends. Okay. So here's the thing. If your thighs are rock hard, you cannot start labor. Like the cervix is connected to the thigh muscles. So if they are rock hard, like, nope, no baby will pass because you're so tense and apparently you're storing your stress in your thighs, the cervix cannot relax enough to open up to let the baby. So the baby had been popping in and out of the cervix and she'd been getting all the way up to like 8 centimeters dilated for 3 weeks. And then it would pop back out because his head was already big. And then it would go back down to like 1 to 2 centimeters dilated, and this went on for weeks. And it was
been in the hospital weeks before.
So what put her into labor was Tom was like, here, because she was like, I'm so sore everywhere. Please, I can't even sleep right anymore. And I was like, Tom, you know how to do pregnancy massage. Massage her. Massage your sister. So he starts in the back and he's like, what really hurts? And she's like, my thighs are like always sore. So he massaged her thighs and like unlocked all the muscles. And within 3 hours, the labor started. Like, also, I had taken her former best friend, soon to be former roommate, aside and said, what will it take for you to move out? Literally, what will it take? Do you need help packing? Is it that you have nowhere to live? I will get you a hotel room. What will it take? You are stressing my sister out. It was great seeing you. I haven't seen you since the wedding. What will it take? And she was like, yeah, actually, it's just these 5 boxes. And I've mostly been staying at my boyfriend's house. And I'm like, can I help you get these 5 boxes to your car? And she's like, yeah, that's all I need. That's all that's left. And I was like, Tom,
He's
boxes.
moving out.
Spoiler, Tom is the bronze of this operation. And Tom had dated her years ago. And apparently, when he helped her get her boxes up to her car, she was in a committed relationship. She hit on him again and grabbed his ass. And he's like, excuse me, you are in a relationship, ma'am. I don't. She's like, he won't know. And he's like, I'll know, but thanks. Here, let's get you in the car. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. And he's like, I literally just kept saying bye-bye now for 5 minutes till she drove away. Even I was, at that point, disgusted with her. And I was like, so I guess...
Flight attendant, bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.
Tom points out the inner thighs are the muscles that literally pull the cervix to open during contractions. So, fun fact, if you think you are due to go into labor and you're not going to labor, have somebody rub them. Because if those muscles are relaxed, when you're ready to go into labor, you will naturally go into labor.
If that was part of the problem with my sister with her first 2 pregnancies,
but if
because
they're
those
locked,
kids did not want to come out.
If they are locked, you're not going, the cervix will not open. So I don't know why they don't recommend to more women of if you're already overdue labor-wise, you need to get those massaged. I don't know why they don't recommend it. It's much better than using drugs, you know? To induce labor, it's like, have we tried massage?
Yeah, CBI was also a C-section. I was 10 pounds.
I don't know.
I think. And I think my sister was like 10.4 or something like that. My poor mom.
I was 7 pounds, 15 and a half ounces.
I don't remember how big I was as baby.
My birth certificate somewhere.
Yeah, it'll be on your your original birth certificate.
Yeah, I'd have to find that.
Eva says past due isn't until 42 weeks plus 1, and that's what I was.
Here's what I'm going to say. If you are like, this baby's huge and I'm 38 weeks and I'm done, go get your thighs massaged by a licensed, board-certified massage therapist and see if that lets it start. Because if you're done, your body's also like, yeah, let's offload this baby. Let's offload, right? Like, nah. But if you're like, I can't sleep, I'm miserable.
According to my mom, part of it was me, because when she finally did go in to like get induced, like I moved, then her whole stomach like shifted.
Yeah.
Like I was like, don't touch me. And that's when they were like, okay, C-section time.
Tom says there are several places on the body massage therapists are not allowed to massage pregnant women because it can induce labor. It's in the general part of training.
So what you're saying is when you're later in your pregnancy and it's time for you to have the baby, you're like, okay.
Also, you can just ask your massage therapist, where are the places you're not allowed to do it because it would induce labor because I'm ready to have this baby and I will go home now. And they were like, well, don't massage here, kiddos. Don't massage here. And then you go home and you tell your partner, massage me these places. I'm totally ready to not be pregnant anymore. Because I'm like, do we need to really use drugs if we could just relax these muscles and download a baby? Oh, yeah. I've done that on dogs. It really does work. They've always got dirty nipples anyway. Pregnant dogs. Because, that's all dragging the floor. They're all dirty. So if the dog is overdue, labor-wise, I just put the dog on me, like where it's resting on me, and just wash some nippies. They usually start like going into full labor. Get those puppies out. Because again, they too are like, I am over this. You know when that very pregnant dog gives you that look like, can you believe this? My back is a hello pad. And it's like, you poor baby, are you ready to be done? They're like, yes, get these puppies out. I'm done. Yeah, Tom says it's mostly around the ankles and the inner thighs. That'll start the labor.
That makes sense.
Also, apparently, people with PCOS also tend to have sore thighs and tend to be prone to not sore thighs, sore ankles, and tend to be prone to ankle injuries for the same reason of a hormone imbalance affects women's ankles.
Weird.
Or people's ankles. Not everyone with PCOS is a woman, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, having your ankles massaged can help rebalance your hormones.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, you can actually tell your massage therapist, hey, I've been diagnosed with PCOS. So could you be sure to massage my ankles?
I know I have to tell all my massage therapists that I have fibromyalgia because they could make that hurt. She's like, it's almost dinner time. Feed me.
Did you know it's almost dinner time? What is it? Sun's getting real low, Mama.
I'm pretty sure that's how she tells the time, is like, it's getting dark out now. Okay, it's time for...
I swear the internal clock, though, on animals is insane. Because they're like, excuse you, why are you here? You should be gone. You should have left 20 minutes ago. Why? Why is your presence still here? It confused the heck out of the dog and the cat when I had a snow day. Growing up, they'd be like, the cat would literally just full body. Look at me.
When my dad first retired, the cat was in didn't know how to handle him being home all the time. And this would wake me up too. Because she would be at his door, bump, 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 meow, bump, 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 meow.
Rude.
I'm going to turn her into a hat.
Found out today that holding your baby wrong can lead to a condition called mom thumb. Oh dear, what is mom thumb?
Inflammation in the wrist on the thumb side.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Wait, is that why I have such bad inflammation on that side of my wrist sometimes?
Are you holding babies wrong?
Probably. I could have been, because I've held like a ton of it. I have 20-something nieces and nephews. I've held almost every single one of them.
It is a lot. I mean, you're right. That's a lot.
And I basically, for the first 3 months of one of their lives, I was their live-in nanny.
Yeah.
I had the baby more than the mom. Because my sister, like, the week she gave birth, she went back to work.
Mm-hmm.
She was the only person with an income.
Something to think about. I'm always for strapping babies to your body.
Too, so.
She didn't have one of those thingies. Otherwise, I totally would have done that. Also,
I have to tell you, my favorite videos are like a person puts a baby on their back and then straps it with fabric because the baby's always like, whoa, where we go? Oh, okay. And then, and I love it. Like, it's always just because, you know, you kind of have to roll the baby onto your back if you're by yourself and they'll video it. And the baby's always like, whoa, oh, I know what we're doing. Okay. Like, it's always, whoa, oh, okay. I love it. I think it is hilarious every time.
Well, it's wild because like my siblings are like, how can you? They're like, we're parents. We're the ones who've birthed these children, and you're the one that can lay down and sleep with them on you. I'm like, yeah, because you've trained me.
Yeah, can everybody not do that? I do that.
Because they would like come upstairs or walk in the house, and I'd be sleeping on the couch, and they'd be like, hey, wake up. I have to go to the bathroom. And then just hand me the baby.
Yeah, but also
in my
babies
sleep.
fit really nice right here.
My one sister has smaller boobs
Their
than I
little
do. I'm like,
legs
the baby
go
just likes
really
the boobs.
well around my belly.
They just rest their
You know, they
head
just
right
right
here.
straddle my belly, and their head fits right here. Baby fit.
Oh my gosh, the first time Bestie held Anna, Anna was maybe not quite 7 months old because everybody came over we had her baptism at home. And because November flu season.
And so the they didn't use a water gun. What's the point of being Catholic if your priest won't, like, here, I put holy water. I would like a drive-by baptismal. Okay, thank you. Rude. All the other priests are doing it.
But I was trying to help, like, set up stuff, and I just passed her to Bestie, and I saw her eyes got, like, real wide, and then she kind of, like, snuggled into the boobies.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I know, Auntie's a lot more squishy than I am.
Of the boobies is for, like, a baby head fits right here, so they don't roll one way or the other, you know? But that was the point, was like,
we're not, she and I aren't that far off in weight, but proportionally we're different.
Yeah.
So she's got more up here, and Anna was just like, ooh, new pillows.
Oh, yeah.
Because Joe has so many pictures of me, like, those first few months of coming home and me being passed out in the recliner with her on my chest, and we're just...
So when I was like 2.5, my mom, no, I had to have been 3. I was 3 because Tom had just been born, and Dad could see that Mom had moved on. This was, of course, after, while Mom was pregnant with Tom, Mom tried to drown me in the tub. And thankfully, Dad came home early and heard the splashing and came to see what was going on. Because he thought Mom had slipped while pregnant, you know, on the water. And no, she was trying to drown me. So that's a whole, and yes, that is my first memory. But so after Tom was born and we moved up to the university, one of the first things Dad did, because he could see that Mom pretty much just at that point was ignoring me entirely, was he hired someone else to, you know, be a mother's substitute. She had a son who was the same age as me. Rashad and I became best friends. And since we were identical ages, we also were in school together. And Dad made a point of always requesting that I be in the same classroom as him. But anyway, this is back when we were 3. So when it was nap time, you know, twice a day. So, and she told me to call her Mammy because I shouldn't call her Mommy. But she was a very well-endowed lady. Like, well endowed. Like, each one was the size of an infant. And her method of sleeping, like for us to go to sleep, because we were 2 chatty little kids. Oh God, Rashad and I were best friends. Is we would sit on the couch and she would just just grip us to her chest. And then we would chat across her chest and hold hands. He and I would hold hands until we fell asleep.
Aw.
Oh,
And she would pretend, I think she was really pretending to be asleep. So that these little conversations. Sean, yes, Chloe. What do you, I don't know. That was fun at the park, wasn't it? It was. I want to go back to the park. Do you think we should go back to the park? Maybe I don't know.
Oh, that's gonna be Anna and Ava whenever we're able to have a sleepover at Bestie's
But
house.
to this day, when I think about naps, I always think about the warmth and the smell of her as I'm like clutched hard because otherwise the two of us would wander off and go play while she slept. So she just hold tight to two toddlers as we're just smushed in.
See, now the only problem with my sisters doing that, like just plopping their children on me, is their children grew up thinking they could still do that.
Yeah, they don't realize they got big.
I'm pretty sure, like, the teenagers now, like, if I was laying on the couch, I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna flop right on my aunt and just snuggle into her. Like, they do it.
so I need
They
to
do
go and feed the dogs and get ready for the next stream. So I will see you guys later.
Okay.
What's bonsoir. Bonsoir.
There's an ad happening.
Shall we go ahead and start a sprint?
Because it's 7:01, so we got like 29 minutes.
Yep.
So maybe don't do a full 30.
Do you want to do 25?
Yeah.
Alrighty, let me fast forward it.
You're really liking the 30s.
Yep. Because I kind of half nap.
That's fair. Still waiting on my package.
I'm gonna slip out too then.
Okay. Good luck,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Well.
How? It's in the package.
Sorry.
It did say something about 8 o'clock now, so I'm like, please be actually here today. Because candy.
Yeah.
I know that song was about a girl, but I want candy. I am Ace and I'm taking it very literally.
Okay.
I hope there's an asexual in the world that has taken a bunch of songs that are not appropriate for it and changing it to be about food. Please, somebody be doing this. All of it will be, it's just the Ace remixes.
So, Brian sent me his brunch menu. We were having a conversation about how I really wish I could get Brian and Charlie to come down here. Where I live in South Mississippi has an entire eating out at restaurants culture. And that is why even the worst restaurants survive here for decades. And how I wish I could get Brian and Charlie here because they're great restaurateurs. And also they'd be able to make the buku money and I'd be able to have a place with decent food. It's a win-win. And Brian sent me his brunch recipe after my disastrous brunch experience recently. And because I had sent that brunch menu to Brian, he's like, wow, it's a worse brunch menu than mine.
What's his brunch menu?
And,
What's his brunch menu?
Well, I don't know that I should share it without him saying it's okay. But suffice it to say, he did not ask me for my opinion, and yet I felt the need to tell him. And essentially critique his entire brunch menu. He seemed open to it, though. In fairness, he seemed open. Mostly it was throw the whole thing out. But anyway, I mean, like, at first it wasn't, but it was like, the more I look at it, the more it's like...
Hold on, was there bacon involved?
Yes,
Anyway.
there was bacon listed.
They can leave that.
Prices were too low. Like, they were Waffle House low. They were lower than Waffle House. And I'm like, you do not want to be compared to Waffle House. Also, brunch is a fancy thing. People want to feel elevated when they eat brunch. And
you're more likely to spend more money on brunch than breakfast.
Right? Also, the brunch menu was in addition to the regular menu on Saturdays. And I'm like, no, I've never known a place that has a brunch menu that they're also doing their full menu as well as brunch. Like, no.
In Michigan, I have seen that.
I haven't. And also, there's no point in him killing himself over this because he has said to the wait staff of, why are you killing me with these orders? You're not a big restaurant. You don't have 20 people in the kitchen working. Why are you running this many diverse menus at once? So I had other suggestions. But my main one was you've got to just throw out this whole menu. The prices are too low, but you can't raise your prices like that. You have to change the whole menu so that people won't notice that you're raising the prices. I was like, if you really don't want to take the money, which I would encourage you to take the money because, baby needs a doctor. I'm talking about Charlie. For hormone therapy. And I was like, but if you really don't want to take the money, you could always do what restaurants around here do, which is they do fundraisers for other nonprofits. So like if you come in on this day, the so much 10 or 20% of the net profit will go to this charity. Brian's like, I'm not allergic to money. I was like, why are your prices so low? They're like pre-pandemic Waffle House low. They were very low, like real. Like,
damn, I wish I could go all the way to Missouri for
I know.
brunch.
I was like, oh, if Brian had this restaurant here in town, we'd be eating there all the time at these prices.
If we ever do the cafe that I semi-jokingly, semi-seriously was like, if you give me one, I'll move down there.
I did.
He's not in control of the prices.
I did propose to Brian that he start a shell corporation, a restaurant group investment firm, and he let me run it because I do have experience as management. And he's like, but I don't want to give up like creative control of my restaurant. I'm like, oh, no. It does not work that way. We set up a private corporation and people buy private stock. They cannot publicly trade them. And they're also, this is not shareholders that can say how you run the business. They're silent shareholders. It's an entire thing and it's absolutely easy to set up. And that is how local restaurant groups in our area are able to survive all these years. People literally begging for them to accept their money. Who knows? Maybe it's my own prejudice, but I do think I'm right.
Now I want to know his prices. Because if the pre-pandemic Waffle House prices, damn.
Yeah.
It'd be worth it going to Missouri.
Thank you.
Are y'all live?
I don't know. Tom's wandering around here.
No.
Going to log in now.
He's going to
There
log
it is.
in. They are live.
Yep, it's got Brian, Carrie, and Megan on the screen.
I have a Zach note.
What's a Zach note?
That's that chocolate bar that Tom said he found that doesn't have any PGPR, but it does have it, Tom. It's listed on the ingredients right here.
You missed it.
Once you've noticed that Hershey's chocolate doesn't melt in your mouth, you will never be able to unknow it.
I'm now aware of this, and you've informed me, and I've thought back on all of my Hershey's, and I'm like, you're right. It was different when I was little.
Yep.
I'm still going to try and melt
It's like eating Mac Buddy. You know it has PGPR.
Oh, it does?
Yes, it's the last ingredient on there.
They hit it.
I was so surprised that
Yeah, no.
they smoothed it down. Also, I'm pretty sure that is what Chico Stick has been competing against.
Mm.
It's so weird that we're not rating them.
Yeah, it's weird.
We don't like it.
It's very weird. Got my alcohol prep pads in.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm still awaiting my package. Technically my 2 packages, because I now know what the second package is, because I remembered what it is.
He also got me mint pocky, but it has sucralose in it, and I can't consume sucralose because it impedes your body can't absorb medicine if you have sucralose in your system.
Rude.
Yes, it is the dirty little secret of Splenda. Also, I suspect it is one of the things that really led to my mother's incredibly rare duodenum cancer.
Oh.
She was consuming an incredible amount of Splenda the last 3 years of her life. Like It was in every single thing she ate. And if it wasn't in there, she was adding it. Like, she was by herself eating like a pound of it a month just by herself, aside from all of the Splenda in all of her yogurt and the bread and everything else. It was a lot, and I really think it's what led to the duodenum cancer.
Also, there is 8 minutes until the ad, so I figure we need to end before then, just because I don't want to put people through an ad right there at the end.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It was a lot.
So much.
I even said something to her, and I was like, you know, this is a relatively new artificial sweetener. I don't know that you would want to consume that much, because it turns out all the other artificial sweeteners have not been good news. And she didn't want to hear it because she wanted that sweetness, but she wasn't willing to do sugar. And I'm like, if you went to sugar, you would probably want less sweet things. But you're fooling yourself, but you're not fooling your gut.
Yeah.
So your taste buds are expecting something sweet, and then your gut is not getting what it's expecting.
Yeah.
This seems suspicious. But she's like, but I'm diabetic. I can't do sugar. And I'm like, you can do it in small amounts. So you do need to monitor. But what if you had real sugar and your body knew it?
You wouldn't crave as much sugar.
Yeah, would you be craving as much sugar? I mean, here's the thing. It's highly controversial, but I'm going to say it. You see all these chocolates, and then I got a whole nother stack of chocolates. You know why I have so much chocolate? Tom buys chocolate, and I don't eat that much because I only eat sweets with sugar in it, not with like artificial sweeteners. So I'm satisfied when I have a piece of chocolate. I don't want to eat the whole chocolate bar because my mouth and my gut are looking for that sugar that's not coming.
So it takes you a while to eat one.
I had a chocolate bar. I have a chocolate bar by my bed. And it was a Godiva one, and it took me 3 weeks to eat one chocolate bar, one like this, so about a 3-ounce chocolate bar. And because I would only have like 1 or 2 squares, if I would wake up in the middle of the night and it felt like my blood sugar was low, or I just wanted some chocolate, I would have 1 or 2 squares. But because it's Godiva, and it's sugar, and it's real cocoa, and it's cocoa butter, it was satisfying. I did not need a ton because my gut is getting exactly what my mouth is tasting. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Your body's like, oh, we're actually getting this.
Yeah, I'm not trying to fool my body. So, yes, I have a ton of chocolate bars. So, yes, when I ship y'all stuff, you're going to get these chocolate bars because I don't eat them as fast as Tom buys them. But the reason why I don't eat them that fast is because my gut is getting exactly what I'm craving when I eat a chocolate bar or eat a part of a chocolate bar. And I think that is part of it is I'm not trying to fool my body. And my body is not then craving something that I keep not letting it have. So, yeah, I have fruit with sugar. My mother wouldn't eat fruit the last 5 years of her life because it's got sugar in it. It's like it does. It also has fiber and phytochemicals and flavonoids.
It's a lot more than just sugar.
It's just, it's not pure sugar.
Yeah, that reminds me of like when I got really sick one time in high school and like I was literally vibrating. They're like, it seems they're like, we need to test your hemoglobin. We need like a blood sugar. Like they were like, we need to test this because they thought I was like, did we unknowingly have a diabetic child? And
yeah,
then they were just, everyone was astonished that it came out like perfection. They're like, people who have the healthiest bodies do not have this good of a sugar. I'm like, because when I want sugar, I have sugar. Yes, Dad and you buy me sugar all the time, but when you go in my room, I have a stockpile of sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And then I slowly eat it.
Yep.
But you guys replenish it faster than I eat it. Or I help replenish it faster than I eat it. Or like when I'm on my period, I crave a lot more sugar.
Yeah.
Because my body needs more sugar during that time.
Right, because you're burning more calories when you have your period. That's been a known fact. That's been proven. Most people burn about 500 extra calories when they have their period.
So it's like I'm like I eat more sugar during that time, but everybody's like, Kat, you have an extreme sweet tooth. You have an extreme. Yes, I do have a sweet tooth, but it's not how people. I don't consume sugar at the rate people think I do because of the amount of sugar I buy.
Yeah, like I've got the Werther's hard candies. I've got the Werther's soft candies, the soft caramels. I have all this. Yes, and I realize I am a diabetic, and I have candy, and the stereotypes abound. I know,
but it's not constant, and you do it to keep your sugar in check.
Like, to be perfectly honest, the Werther's hard candies go soft before I finish the whole bag. Like, it takes me a year to work through a whole bag of Werther's because I'm not like.
Okay, I do eat Werther's like fast, but like I get days where I'm just like I need.
Oh yeah, I've had days where I've had 6 Werther's in 2 hours. Been like, that felt good. Like, but then I don't want any more sugar. Like, I don't want any sweet thing to drink. I'm like, I gave my body the thing that it was craving, and then it was satisfied.
Yeah.
And I think there's this whole culture right now of fooling your own body. And it's like, you're not fooling anybody.
The one thing you will never fool is your body.
Because your gut is a chemistry set. And so it knows it goes in there to make a certain chemistry formula because, yeah, your body actually needs sucrose and fructose. And it also needs simple carbs.
Or it doesn't process correctly because it needs to break down very specific sugar, like very specific things to create very specific things for your body to process correctly.
You need certain chemicals to make, for instance, certain kinds of immune system cells. T cells and B cells, you need certain proteins to do these things. So when you go, oh, my body won't notice, I'll just eat fake whatever. Sure, your tongue is fooled, but your gut is not satisfied because it can't make the chemical things combinations it actually needs.
Something that I think Charlie might have mentioned this. I don't remember for sure. About how some people that are vegan haven't properly figured out how to replace some of the nutrients and stuff that they're getting in their body so they age quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Because their body is not able to process things correctly because there are some vital nutrients that they're not getting to break down to convert correctly. And completely other random thing than not related to this, but related to food. I was like, especially now, I could never go vegan.
Mm-hmm.
I can't eat too many of the things.
Yeah.
Too many of it causes me pain.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the irony there is some random health issues. They're like, I went vegan and suddenly a bunch of my issues went away. But that's because they had issues with meat, in all honesty. They probably had meat protein problems. Whereas I literally can't eat most of the proteins. I can't have legumes.
Yeah, I got so sick. I can't do beans anymore, any legumes.
Because I miss peanut butter. They cause me pain. I can have peanut butter. I can't have like beans themselves. They'd have to be deshelled. I'd have to like mash beans and then go through and remove all the skins.
All the legumes cause me so much intestinal pain now. And I feel so rotten for a whole week. And I get nosebleeds, which lets me know that I've got generalized inflammation going on everywhere. Because I get just nosebleeds in this nostril because I've got a little imperfection in the vein right there. It's part of the Ehlers-Danlos. But I will just spontaneously bleed out of my nose, out of just this nostril, when I have generalized inflammation, and it is one of those signs of like how I know I've
starting
had,
soon. Okay.
how I know I've had, xanthan gum or guar gum,
If I
carrageenan.
ever send you food, I'm gonna have to be like, okay,
Give me the list.
nope. If it has gum, I'm just gonna immediately be like, nope.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Nope.
If it says gum. Ironically, but yet I can have actual chewing gum because that doesn't contain any gums.
Send some gum.
Isn't that wild?
That is wild. And also,
No, it's actually hard to find chewing gums I can chew, though, because most of them contain artificial sweeteners, which I can't do.
True.
Or Red 40.
Which apparently I like the taste of. Actually, red number 7.
Is that your favorite? I have a
My
weakness
dad
for-
finds it hilarious when he gives me candy that has been dyed and watches me smile depending on which dye I'm eating.
I have a special weakness for Red 3. I love it. It's so good.
And it's so weird. Like, my taste buds don't recognize a lot. Like, I don't have super sensitive taste buds, but there are specific dyes that I'm like, yes, this dye for some reason I like.
And yellow dyes do make me sleepy.
I wonder what that is.
Humans are funny.
Humans are wild.
Should we go ahead and end broadcast?
Yeah, considering we're in an ad.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace out.